Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. Gonzalves. It's just, there still are 4 people. Well, we're just getting everyone admitted from the waiting room.
Okay, I'll go
Little
to
by
mute.
little, they're coming in.
Okay.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. I still have one person in the waiting room, Jennifer. Is that your wife, Mr. Gonzalves? Is she still trying to get into the meeting?
Yeah, her computer has a problem.
There, looks like she's in now. Okay, everybody has been admitted from the waiting room. So we'll go ahead and get started. It looks like our recordings are going as well. So good morning, everyone. This is a continuation of the Administrative Hearings Office hearing on the draft cease and desist order that the State Water Board's Division of Water Rights Assistant Deputy Director filed on November 12, 2019 against Kevin Gonzalves, and the administrative civil liability complaint against Mr. Gonzalves that the Division of Water Rights issued on May 5, 2020. Mr. Gonzalves has requested hearings in both of these matters. The AHO issued notices regarding this hearing on March 12, May 15, and July 8 and 21, 2020. And the Administrative Hearings Office held hearings on July 17, 30, and 31, and a site visit on August 7. On August 31, Mr. Gonzalves emailed 2 files to the Administrative Hearings Office with a CC to Mr. Prager. And we have labeled the first of these files as Exhibit Gonzalves 55. It is a record of survey prepared by Casey Lowry, dated August 26, 2020. And the Administrative Hearings Office has labeled the second file as Exhibit Gonzalves 56. It contains 2 photographs and some text regarding the photos. And we have uploaded both of these exhibits to the AHO FTP site. At the end of the hearing on July 31, I set today as the day for Mr. Gonzalves to offer testimony regarding the Lowry survey. So Mr. Gonzalves, is Mr. Lowry available to testify today?
He had another meeting he was wrapping up. He's supposed to be signing on soon, so he should be here shortly. And he may have to call in. He lives by the fires that are in the creek fire, and he has issues that he needs to take care of there.
Unfortunately, there's a lot of that going around California today, so hopefully he will be okay. And certainly if he needs to call in rather than participate by video and audio, we can do that. So we'll go ahead and get started, although frankly, we're not going to be able to get very far without Mr. Lowry because he is the primary witness for today. So while we're waiting for Mr. Lowry, Mr. Gonzalves, could you please just explain to us, at least to me, I did not understand, what is Exhibit Gonzalves 56? I understand 55, the record of survey, but regarding 56, can you tell me who prepared that and what that is?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that is a measurement or an outline of the survey. And
it's the acreage measurement?
It's the acreage measurement. So when we had Mr. Lowry do the survey, the record of survey, I don't fully understand. Maybe he'll explain it to you, how he comes with the points and where he gets the information from. It's the databases and whatnot. So we had some question of acreage because when he did the measurements that it came up For example, the lower portion when we bought it was 28.8 acres, and now it's measuring 28.3 acres, roughly losing half an acre. I don't fully understand that, but we submitted it and we were going to ask him questions about that. We had talked to him about it earlier. Of course, he doesn't know exactly what we bought, you know. Our deed said 28.8, and when we asked for the measurements, the 12 acres also said 12 acres, and now we have 11.92 acres. So kind of a mystery to me. This is our first record of survey since we bought the property. You know, when we buy a piece of property, when most people buy a piece of property, you walk the property with the guy or the person selling it to you, and they say your property boundary is here and there, and fence line, creek, or whatnot. We were under the impression that it was a creek all the time. So we needed to know what our acreages were, and we've been paying taxes on more acreage than what we surveyed here, which brings up a few more questions in my mind. But yeah, that's what that other, to answer your question, that black outline is an acreage measurements that was used from the survey.
Okay, well, we can certainly, or you can ask him questions about that. I'm not sure. I mean, I understand it's very relevant to your ownership of the property, and you have concerns about that. And as you say, it could affect your property taxes. So you may want to follow up on that. I'm not sure it's too relevant to our issues for this hearing, although Mr. Prager may have questions about that, so we'll see. But we'll wait for Mr. Lowry for that. So here's how I propose we proceed. While we're waiting for Mr. Lowry, I did just have one set of questions that I wanted to ask you, Mr. Gonzalves, when I was checking my notes yesterday. And this is unrelated to the survey, but it was follow-up from the hearing. And of course, you still are under oath from the hearing from before. And that it's really a very simple question. And I think you said it before, but I didn't write it down. But what is the name of the Merced Irrigation District lateral that runs along Fisher Road?
Well, there's two laterals. You mean the one that I attached to?
The one you get water from.
Currently, we get water from lateral A.
Right. And what is lateral A hooked up to along the Merced Irrigation District lateral that goes along Fisher Road?
It comes off the Escaladian.
Escaladian. So can you just, I think I can spell that, but can you spell that for me slowly?
I believe it's ESCALADIAN.
LADIN, Escaladian. Okay. All right. So that basically water comes out of the Escaladian lateral and goes into lateral A.
Yes, and previously we came off of lateral 7, which
also, and that was my other question. So lateral 7 received water from the Escaladian lateral as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all I've got. And Mr. Prager, if you have any follow-up questions on that, you certainly may ask them when we get to cross-examination, but we might as well wait. So there's no point in all of us just sitting here waiting for Mr. Lowry, you know, and certainly we have to accommodate issues with the fires or emergencies with the fires. I fully respect that and understand that. But do you have a question or a comment about Mr. Lowry, Mr. Gonzalves?
Yeah, I was wondering, the link that we sent him had a phone-in number, and I'm wondering if he's having difficulty with his internet or his phone. Maybe we can verify the phone-in number that we sent him.
Okay, let me tell you what I have on the hearing notice, and if somebody on my staff can tell me if I've got this wrong. We have that the phone-in number is, make sure I've got this right, 669-900-9128. And then it looks like there are two different passcode numbers. And Amy, can you tell me, do you have to enter both of those passcode numbers? I don't know, Amy, if you can go off mute. I know you set this up, and just let us know how you, after you dial that number, what do you do next?
It'll ask you for the password, and then you just enter the password, and I believe you hit pound.
Okay, so do you enter the 944-964-94856 number?
Let me check.
Because
I can also give it a test run if that helps.
that would probably be good too.
Okay, let me do that, and then I'll get back to you with the exact details.
Okay, so let's stand by and have her do that. And make sure it's a little confusing because there are two different passwords listed in the hearing notice.
Yes, that's what I was getting at. Thank you for doing that.
Oh, I see. Yeah, because then here it has, there's a meeting ID and then a password. So that's the issue. You have to enter both the meeting ID and then the password. So Mr. Gonzalves, you can write this down. I'll say it a little slower this time. So after you dial that number I just gave you that begins with 669, then the meeting ID is 944. Whoops. You ready to write it down?
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm here now.
No, that's fine. The meeting ID is 944-9649-4856. And then you enter pound. And then the password, and it looks like you may have to enter £0 to get to the password. But then the password is 886302. So do you have a way to call Mr. Lowry?
Yes, we were trying to call him right now.
Okay, I was wondering whether we should take a break, but since we have everybody online here, we'll just all go on mute and pause and give you 5 minutes or so, and then tell us whether or not you've been able to get a hold of him and what his situation is, and then we'll proceed from there. So I'm going to stay on video so we all know we're here, but I'll go on mute, and then as soon as you have more information, just let us know. Does that sound acceptable?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
It'll be shortly. We're working on it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, that was pretty quick. At least we have a new number here, which it begins with 559, which I'm hoping is Mr. Lowry.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. So,
yes,
Mr. Lowry, good morning. My name is Alan Lilly. I'm the hearing officer for this hearing, and Mr. Gonzalves just said that you've been having some challenges with the creek fire. We certainly hope that you and your family are okay. Are you going to be able to testify for a few minutes this morning?
Sure, yeah. We're doing okay. It's just really, really smoky at my house. I might be coughing a little bit, but yeah, I'm doing okay. I think I can do this.
Okay, so try to just speak into the phone. You're doing. We can hear you pretty well, but it's voice activated, so you sort of fade in and out a little bit. So just try to speak a little loudly and directly into the microphone. We shouldn't have any problem.
Okay.
Good. So I won't be able to see you, Mr. Lowry, but I'm going to raise my right hand, and please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give during this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. So, Mr. Lowry, I'm going to ask Nicole Mullen of my staff to put up Exhibit Gonzalves 55, which is the record of survey that you prepared for this hearing and that Mr. Gonzalves submitted to us. And obviously you have, I'm sure you have a copy of that. I'm certainly familiar
Yeah,
with
if
it.
you could just give me, if you could just give me a minute to open that, I'll look at it
Please
with you.
do. And I'll just state for the record, this exhibit says record of survey signed by Casey Lowry dated August 26, 2020, and it has Mr. Lowry's land surveyor stamp. So let us know when you have that open, and then I'll ask you just a couple of questions about that.
Okay.
Are you ready to go?
Not quite yet, just 1 second.
Okay, we'll stand by. It's certainly going to be easier if you have it up on your screen too.
Okay, it's open.
Okay, good. So if you could just tell us, Mr. Lowry, just please describe what you did to prepare this exhibit and what it shows.
So I basically, if you look up to the northeast where it says the northeast corner section 8, those are defined points which help describe portions of the property in relation to everything else. So I located those corners, which were located on an unrecorded survey, and if I can just pull that up too. Okay, so
Yeah, and since we won't be able to see that and we don't have that as an exhibit, it's not critical you pull up that unrecorded survey unless you need it to describe how you prepared the exhibit.
It was
Gonzalves 55.
I don't remember the gentleman's name, and maybe you can help me with it, Kevin. It's the survey done for the irrigation district, I believe. So I tried to follow that as best as I could, as far as just retracing that unrecorded survey by the surveyor that completed that. I'm sorry, I don't remember his name. But so I basically followed that as best I could. And then there's a deed. You can see the deed I have referenced on there, and the document number 2016-014271. In the upper right-hand corner near that northeast corner section 8. That there describes the deed, or the line that goes around, it goes around the edge of the creek. And so I entered that information in, and it seemed to follow monumentation that I found in the field. And if you follow it down to the south on the west end of the bank, there's a monument that I found down there. And then just kind of going around, everything pretty much fit the bank in most areas, except for where it goes through the pond. And I don't understand why it does that, but I'm basically retracing a survey that was done by another surveyor for the irrigation district. And it fit relatively well, except for in certain areas it fell inside the waterway. And so that's what I did. And then I used the original survey or the original subdivision, and I do have that open. I'm sure you have copies of that. Let's see, volume 26, page 20, which describes parcel 1 and parcel 2. And that's basically how I did it. I broke the section down following the laws that we're supposed to follow by splitting the section, and everything lined up pretty good except for in certain areas, as what you can see. So they land in the water and.
So Mr. Lowry, just so I think this is clear from your record of survey, but please let me know. It looks like the starting point up in the northeast corner of section 8, there's a black circle and your legend says found monument. So I assume you found that section corner? Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that right in the middle of Fisher Road there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you somehow were able to locate that. Did you have to stop traffic so you could get out there and find that without getting run over?
No, there was no traffic. It's right out in the middle of the road. There was no pavement over the top of it or anything. So I did go out and locate that. Yeah, it was just sitting right there, and I shot it with a GPS unit I have.
Okay, so then all of this little hollow circles, the circles with white inside, do those indicate monuments that you set during this survey?
Yes, sir. Yes, that's what it indicates.
Okay, so when did you set all those monuments?
Well, the ones that fell in the water I did not set, but I intend to set it. So this isn't ready to submit to the county. But before I submit it to the county, I will go out and set the points or line points or offset points to where those are supposed to be. If I can't actually get out into the water, we don't typically set them in water. But yeah, that's what I intend to do. So by the time I file this, all of these should be set.
Okay, well, we were out there on August 7, and I'm just wondering, we did see some markers, and were those markers that you had set before? They weren't the final monuments, but there were some markers. Had you set those before August 7 of this year?
I believe so. I can't remember the exact day, but yeah, I think so. I did set those before August 7th.
Okay, and then finally, excuse me, go ahead.
They have my PLS tag on there, so I've been working on trying to get all this set when I have time, and then we're just running into problems where they fall in the water, and I'm not really sure what to do about that. But I think I will set an offset point to show that it goes into the water and show it on the map.
Okay, and then I assume please just describe how you overlaid your survey onto this aerial photograph.
Okay, so the way that you do that is you set control in the road. You get things that you can see, and you get really accurate coordinates on that. You put it on the same coordinate system as your survey. So that's what I did, and I flew a drone. Right, so these are photos that I took myself with a drone, and you basically overlay those photos through a proprietary software, and it puts all those photos together and gives you an error analysis of how well it was put together. So I felt very confident in how these were put together. And that's how the photo got created.
Okay, and just so we're complete on the record, it does say it here on the record, but you are a certified, you're a certified professional land surveyor certified in the state of California. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So I don't have any other questions. Mr. Gonzalves, do you have any questions you would like to ask Mr. Lowry?
No, I just want to say thank you to him for coming. I know it's a difficult time right now. Never have we ever seen this before, but thank you.
And Mr.
Mhm.
Gonzalves, did you want to ask him any questions about the other exhibit, Exhibit Gonzalves 56? First of all, has he seen that?
Yeah, Casey, what he's referring to is the one that we asked you to put into your software to give us the acreage. It was a blue
Oh,
line.
yeah.
So I guess,
Yes, I created that.
okay, that would be my question is, did you create it? Did we ask you to give us a acreage measurement?
Yes, yes.
Okay. That
Okay,
was,
and Mr. Lowry, there's some text at the bottom of this exhibit, which, well, first of all, there's the one photo that shows the outlines of the two parcels. And then there's some photo below that seems to just be some pictures of papers. And I don't know, does that have any relevance here?
I'm unclear of where you're looking at.
Okay, yeah, I know it's hard because you can't see it. And then below that, there's some text, which starts out, this photo is from surveyor's computer measuring the acreage from the lines of the survey. Mr. Gonzalves, did you prepare that text or did Mr. Lowry prepare that text?
yes, that's just what we put to describe it to you.
So who prepared that text?
My wife.
Okay,
Jennifer.
okay,
We
and
were
it's,
together. I was there with her when she typed it.
okay, but you're testifying today that this text is accurate, is that correct?
Yes. Well, I don't know. I haven't seen it, so I can't say if it's accurate or not. But
No, I was asking
we did go
Mr.
back-
Gonzalves if he's saying it's accurate.
Okay.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Gonzalves, is this text accurate?
that is accurate. I can read it if you'd like.
We don't need to, it's in there. Well, maybe you should, just so Mr. Lowry can hear it, and then we'll go forward. So why don't you read it slowly so he can hear? We do have it up on the screen, but unfortunately, Mr. Lowry, since you only have audio, you won't be able to see it. But Mr. Gonzalves will read this text slowly. It's just a couple of sentences.
So it's a photo of a screen. We had asked Mr. Lowry to punch into his computer what the acreage was. And so it reads, this is our words that we typed on there to explain to the Mr. Lilly. And it reads, this photo is from surveyor's computer measuring the acreage from the lines on the survey. This photo shows the property with the pond that was originally purchased in 1995. Has lost acreage. The property when purchased was 28.8 acres. Let me move my screen here. There's a speaker underneath it. Hang on a second, I got an issue. Okay, are you still there?
Yeah, we're here.
I have to back up. It was blocking what it said. Where was I?
Start with the line or the sentence, the property when purchased was 28.8 acres.
Right, so this is my statement, not Mr. Lowry's.
Just go ahead and read it.
The property when purchased was 28.8 acres as shown on the 1974 recorded map in the contract of sale, Gonzalves exhibit number 10. Now the measurement, now it is showing 28.3 acres. The survey lines that Casey Lowry marked were originally surveyed by FPP, which was Fleming, Piccinino, Parsons, I think. It's now QK, but I added that. I'm sorry. If I'm just reading, it says, which were marked originally surveyed by FPP for the Merced Irrigation District, period. Now we have a new problem. That's my statement. We need to figure out where the half an acre disappeared to. How does a property just shrink by 1/2 an acre with no paperwork? So that was my statement. And Casey, I put that in. That's not something you have to testify to. That was my statement because I purchased 28.8 and now it measures 28.3. And Casey, before you came on, we had asked you about that and we had told Mr. Lilly about that also. So Mr. Lilly, if you have any questions about that typed portion, that's me. That's my statement.
Okay, and Mr. Lowry, what I said to Mr. Gonzalves before you got on the line is, I know for some purposes, the acreage is very important, and obviously that's an important part of your work, but I don't think it's particularly important for our hearing, whether it's 28.8 or 28.3 acres. So I'm not going to dwell on this unless Mr. Gonzalves or Mr. Prager thinks we need to. But with that, Mr. Gonzalves, are you now ready for Mr. Prager to ask cross-examination questions?
I think so. That's just
Okay.
And
Mr. Prager, obviously this is a little bit of a contorted hearing from our normal process, but Mr. Lowry and Mr. Gonzalves both have testified under oath this morning. And you certainly are allowed to ask either one of them cross-examination questions about their testimony. I think it should be limited to what they testified this morning, unless you have some extenuating reason for going beyond that. But please go ahead, and obviously, when you ask each question, make it clear whom you are asking the question.
Okay. I think I just unmuted. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, and first of all, you might want to introduce yourself to Mr. Lowry as well.
Good morning, Mr. Lowry. This is John Prager. I'm an attorney in the Office of Enforcement at the State Water Board. I'm representing the Division of Water Rights in this enforcement matter against Mr. Gonzalves. I'm going to ask you a few questions about what you just testified to, and there wasn't a lot, so my questions are going to be pretty short. So I think we can get through this relatively quickly. My first line of questioning is about what you used to identify the particular points on your survey. I think that you testified that you, and I guess this is my first question, is I'm going to repeat what you relied on, and you can say yes or no. So first you said that you relied on an unrecorded survey done for an irrigation district. Is that correct?
And yes, partially.
Okay. And then second, you said you relied on a deed. Can you tell me which deed you're referring to?
Yes. It says, no, there are multiple deeds. So you've got, I mean, on the map that I provided, there's a deed, a document number and everything for each portion of this, the survey that I did. So deed document number 2016-01427-1. And then if you look through, the rest of the parcels that are on there, they have deed kind of descriptions, I guess you'd call it. And then you have also lot 79, right? So there's a combination of things that I relied on. Lot 93, deed, documents that are shown on the map. So those are the ones that I relied on. In addition to that, the unrecorded survey. In addition to the unrecorded survey.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a few more follow-up questions about the deeds, because I'm not entirely sure I truly understand what you just said. My impression is that the property was purchased. The property as purchased by Mr. Gonzalves was purchased in something like 1995. Did you rely on that deed for the construction of this survey?
Yes. There's several. I'm trying to find it here. Let's see. So 2000. Let's see. So it's just simple. It's labeled. Let me see if I can find a recording information for it. April 24th, 1995. Is that the date you have on the deed you're referring to?
I'm not entirely sure. I would expect you to know that answer, considering you relied on the document.
Well, I relied on a lot of them. So putting it all together right now, is kind of difficult. But whatever I have on there on the map, it says deeds and document numbers, and that can all be looked up.
Okay. Moving on, you also said that you relied on what you called the original subdivision, volume 26, page 20. You said it constituted parcels 1 and 2.
Yes.
Is for what portions of your survey did you rely on that parcel map?
Well, you take a deed and then you take a map and you see if they jive, okay? And if they do, then you use both, right? And in this case, the deed and the map both jived. So here's a reference on. Let me just look at something real quick. Yeah, so there's a couple different things that were relied on. Okay, it's the map of the Merced River Tract.
Right.
Okay, book 5, page 25 and 25A, and then the parcel map, 26, page 20. And then
so my question is, what portion of this survey did you rely on to set the boundaries? I'm sorry, what portion of the parcel map did you rely on to set the boundaries for this survey? It sounds like you cobbled together a number of different documents and created an amalgam survey. And I would like to know what portion of the parcel map did you rely on to identify certain boundaries?
What portion of the parcel map? I mean, if you look at, okay, so if you look at the parcel map, you enter that information in, and then there was, I enter that information in, it fit well with things that I found in the field. And then there are deeds that I used from the preliminary report that also show the same thing.
Okay, so I guess I'm a little confused as to how you did your work. Did you enter in information from one document, see what it looks like, and then enter in information for another document to see how that changed the lines?
What do you mean change them?
Well,
I
didn't change lines.
Yeah,
okay.
I have to step in here, Mr. Lilly. I have to object on Mr. Prager's statement of leading the witness to try to create a prejudicial and unfair description here of him saying we changed lines. I have to object on his statement. Can he restate that, Mr. Lilly? First of all, I've got to object to that.
Okay. So Mr. Gonzalves, on cross-examination, the attorney is allowed to ask leading questions. So I overrule the objection. But obviously, Mr. Lowry can clarify, and he's clearly very qualified in this field, and I think he can clarify as necessary. So Mr. Prager's questions are appropriate, but Mr. Lowry can answer as he deems appropriate. So since we've had that line of colloquy here, Mr. Prager, why don't you just either just say the same question again or rephrase it if you want to, and then Mr. Lowry just answer Mr. Prager's new question so we don't have any confusion here.
Yeah, Mr. Lilly, with all due respect, Mr. Prager is asking, my other objection would be that it's multiple questions in one question. Can you break them down just to more simple questions, not multiple?
Okay, that's a reasonable objection. I don't know that I heard a compound question, but Mr. Prager, if it was, obviously we'd prefer to have them split up into separate questions. I think you were doing that, but why don't you go ahead, try to ask separate questions, and you certainly are allowed to ask leading questions here.
Thank you.
And also, Mr. Prager, try to speak just a little more directly into the computer microphone. Sometimes you're fading in and out just a little bit. Obviously, we want to be able to.
Certainly, I'll speak up.
That's good. Thank you.
Mr. Lowry, How do different documents affect the boundaries of your survey?
Well, they shouldn't. They should be the same. So if you've got one deed referring to a line and another deed referring to that same line, they should be the same. There may be a difference in bearing, but there shouldn't be a difference in distance. Like you may notice here, some of the bearings do not reflect what's on the deed or what's on the map because I chose a basis of bearing that's different. With my basis of bearing is grid north, which is a GPS basis of bearing, and you know, they didn't have that back then. But I am very close to the bearings of the previous surveyors.
Okay.
Because I believe they use GPS also. So if you're seeing a difference in bearing, that's why. But there shouldn't be really any difference in distance.
Can you tell me about the unrecorded survey that you used? Do you know what survey this is?
I'm sorry, repeat the question?
Do you know what survey that is?
Yes. I don't have it in front of me. I think Kevin has it. It's the one by Quadnoff, I believe. And we're just simply trying to follow in the footsteps of that surveyor, so that we didn't have any any disagreements in measurement.
Can you I guess Mr. Lilly, am I allowed to jump between witnesses at this point and cross-examine them as a panel, considering they seem to have documents that one does and one doesn't?
Yeah, that's fine. Just make it clear who you're asking each question to, so we don't have confusion, but you can go back and forth.
Mr. Gonzalves, Mr. Lowry said that you had the unrecorded document that Mr. Lowry relied upon. Can you tell me what survey that is?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you have it also. I'm not sure what exhibit number it is. It's labeled Record of Survey for Merced Irrigation District by QK.
Got it.
It's Garth Piccanino is a surveyor. And you guys have it. You also have it by MBK, which leads me to some confusion. Sometimes MBK comes in and says they're surveyors. Sometimes QK was the surveyors. And it leads me to my next question too, Mr. Lilly, is I'll show it to you on the screen and
Mr.
maybe—
Gonzalves, I'm sorry, I'm the one asking questions right now, so if you can just answer my questions.
Yeah, Mr. Gonzalves, wait, Mr. Gonzalves, we're not now. If you want to bring that up after Mr. Prager's done with his cross-ex, we'll address that then. But Mr. Prager is entitled to ask his questions now. We have to kind of go one step at a time here.
Sure,
so just let him ask his questions.
Mr. Gonzalves, in I think what's now Gonzalves 56, I think is the appropriate number. It's the picture of Casey Lowry's computer screen with some text below it. Mr. Lilly, is that 56?
Yeah, we can put that up on the screen.
Okay.
Just give us a moment. We'll put exhibit Gonzalves 56 on the screen. Okay.
Mr. Gonzalves, you testified that you wrote the text below the picture.
Yes, I did.
Part of this text says the survey lines that Casey Lowry marked were originally surveyed by FPP for the Merced Irrigation District. Is that correct?
Yeah, QK used to be FPP.
Okay, well, that clarifies that. Okay, Mr. Lowry, I have some more questions for you if you don't mind.
Okay.
You want us to put Exhibit Gonzalves 55 back on the screen, Mr. Prager?
Yes, please.
Okay, we will do that. Mr. Lowry, you can't see our screen, but we're putting your record of survey back on the screen. So we're all looking at that, and obviously you can access that on your screen as well.
Okay.
Mr. Lowry, are you looking at the record of survey that you prepared?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your stamp? Your surveyor stamp?
Yes.
And that's your signature, correct?
It's my electronic signature, correct.
Okay. The record of survey is stamped draft.
Yes.
You testified earlier that some of the points of this survey haven't actually been, I think you used the word marked, or is it set?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it common for a surveyor to sign a draft survey?
Actually, no.
Okay.
I shouldn't have signed that.
You should not have signed it?
I shouldn't have signed it until it's ready to be recorded.
Okay. So generally speaking, the signature of a surveyor means that the survey is complete. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's ready for recordation in the county. It's ready for recordation in the county. That's what that means, and this is not ready.
Okay. So your signature on here is premature.
Yes.
So it's not signifying that it's ready for recordation.
That's correct.
So your signature doesn't have a whole lot of value at this moment, does it?
Not at this moment, no.
Thank you.
For the record, Mr. Lilly, I'll have to object to that. It does have value. He was simply trying to let you know he did the survey. Because this is
excuse me, Mr. Gonzalves, that's the sort of argument you can make in your closing brief. That's an argument. It doesn't really go to an objection, but you can certainly raise that argument in your closing brief. All right, Mr. Prager, you may proceed.
Thank you. I think I have one or two more questions, but I'm trying to collect my thoughts.
Yeah, that's fine. Just take a minute. We're all, let's just say, working under unusual circumstances. So just take a moment and we'll wait for you.
Mr. Lowry?
Yes.
Can you tell me what lot number, I'm sorry, are you looking at the map that you created?
Yes, sir, I'm looking right at it.
What portion of this property is lot 91?
2, 3. It's off to the west of 92, where it says deed document 2016-014271.
Right. Okay.
That's lot 92. Or 91, I'm sorry.
So can you tell me what deed 2016-014271 refers to?
It's the change of, it's the ownership legal description for, it's like the latest transfer deed, the latest vesting deed.
It's the latest transfer deed. What portion of property did it adjust or transfer?
I'm a little unclear on what you just said.
Deeds transfer property. You said it was the latest
Right.
transfer. My understanding.
Yeah.
My understanding of Mr. Gonzalves' property is that the majority of it was purchased in 1995.
Yeah.
But you've listed a deed from 2016, and and I'm trying to suss out what portion of the property you think the 2016 deed refers to.
Can you restate that number, Mr. Prager? You read it a little fast. I didn't have a chance to write that down.
Mr. Gonzalves, I'm asking Mr. Lowry questions right now, and I'm waiting for an answer. So I'm going to wait for Mr. Lowry to respond to my question.
So that 2016 number could also be if there was a loan taken out on the property or anything was done in 2016. That would be the current vesting deed for the property. Maybe not the current transfer. Maybe the vesting deed. That's probably why it refers to 2016.
Does that document contain a legal description of the entire property as currently constituted? Mr. Lowry, I don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer in this case. I'm not gonna make you sit here and figure it all out right now.
Well, if he wants to spend some time to find the document and look at it, that's fine.
That's what I'm trying to do.
So, Mr. Lowry, have you been able to find the 2016 document?
No, I think it was referred to on the unrecorded survey by Quad. But
Okay, well,
that's
if you can't find it, we can go ahead and move forward.
yeah, I can't find it right now.
Mr. Gonzalves, I have a question to you about the 2016 document. Do you know if this has been submitted as part of the record right now?
Well, just to clarify things, I'm not a surveyor, but I've learned a little bit.
That's not my question, Mr. Gonzalves. Do you know if the document that Mr. Lowry referred to in creating the survey has been previously submitted to the record?
It's submitted to record in the county
In this
offices
matter.
for, I'm sorry, would you let me answer, or do I have to object now or later, Mr. Lilly?
Well, he did ask a pretty specific question, Mr. Gonzalez, so I think you can answer. He just asked, is the 2016 deed, a copy of it, in the record for this hearing? So that I think it's a question you can answer yes or no.
Well, I'd have to answer, I don't know what it is because it came from MID.
Okay, and that's fine. If you don't know, that's fine. So, Mr. Prager, you may proceed.
Thank you. I think that's it. I think that's all I've got.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Prager. So, Mr. Gonzalez, I'm going to split this up into two parts. Since both Mr. Lowry testified and you testified. So let's first take care of Mr. Lowry, and I want to caution you, this is just questions. I know you may have some things you want to say, and we'll get to that next. But do you have any questions, any follow-up questions that you would like to ask Mr. Lowry?
Yes.
All right, so please go ahead. And these have to be limited to the issues that were raised in either Mr. Prager's questions of Mr. Lowry or my questions of Mr. Lowry. So with that, please proceed with your questions for Mr. Lowry.
Hi, Casey, this is Kevin.
Hello.
Casey, do you look at county records when you do your survey?
Yes.
Would you have used any adjacent county surveys, whether it be from adjacent landowners or other surveys by whether it be QK or FPP?
Yes, I use any available information completed or by a surveyor to help me resolve what's going on, because this is pretty complicated out there.
Right, I understand. So would you think that the 2016 survey that was previously mentioned by Mr. Prager, do you think that could have come from a Ron Martella property next door or the other China cabin subdivision on the other side of the creek?
I don't know the answer to that.
If you had more time to look at and do the records, did we, me as Mr. Gonzalves or the county, was there any other records of surveys that you relied upon?
I couldn't find any, no. They were all unrecorded surveys that I looked at.
All the rest of them were unrecorded. This is the only one the county has, the most recent recorded survey.
The Martella survey, was it unrecorded also?
I think so. Well, Martella's survey might be recorded.
If a neighboring property was recorded, would that number come up?
It would show up in a number of places. It would show up on the assessor's map. It would show up in the county mapping system that they have.
Yeah, did I ask you to submit something for Mr. Lilly with a signature on it? And did you sign this because I asked you to come to a hearing?
I didn't, this should be sufficient. I don't remember that, but this should be sufficient without the signature, as long as my stamp is on it. So I don't remember you asking me to sign it, but it will be signed, and I will do a record of survey on this, showing the lines right where they are. And keep in mind, this is not a completed survey. The line work will not change. And that's my opinion on where those lines are. And what may change on this is the record information, where I got all my information from. So that'll all be shown on the map once it's ready to record.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of answered my next question was, would anything change? Because I just wanted to clarify where some of the records came from. I guess that would be all I had to ask, Mr. Lilly. I was just trying to clarify a few things of where we.
Okay, I think the record is now pretty clear on what Mr. Lowry has done and what he still plans to do regarding this record of survey. I do just have one follow-up question, Mr. Lowry. This is Mr. Lilly, the hearing officer. What was the date on which you took the drone photographs that were used to prepare Exhibit Gonzalves 55?
If you give me just a minute, I can pull that up and tell you the exact date.
Yeah, we'll wait. Please, I think it's important for us to know the date of the photography.
June 20th, 2020.
June 20, 2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's first wrap up with Mr. Lowry. So Mr. Prager, do you have any follow-up questions following Mr. Gonzalves' redirect? Do you have any follow-up questions just for Mr. Lowry?
No, I don't.
Okay, and Mr. Gonzalves, you've completed your question. So unless there's anything else from either Mr. Gonzalves or Mr. Prager, we still have more we need to cover in the hearing, but I don't think we need Mr. Lowry for anything else. So I'll just ask one more time before we have Mr. Lowry sign off. I know he's got a lot of things on his mind right now regarding the fires. So anything else from Mr. Gonzalves for Mr. Lowry before he signs off?
Well, the only thing I realized I should have asked is that property, and maybe I should pose this in a question to Casey Lowry.
Yeah, I will allow that because I want to try to wrap this up. I know it's hard doing this remotely. So ask him a question. And Mr. Lowry, you're still under oath. So Mr. Gonzalves, ask your question, Mr. Lowry.
Casey, was it difficult to get to the points as you performed your survey? Was there foliage and water and landscape that made it difficult to get into the water?
Yes.
Did you set bearing marks for me to cut into the foliage so that you could find the points?
Yes, I did.
How would you describe the landscape along the creek side?
Dense foliage, blackberry. I think they're blackberry bushes. Very hard, very thick to get into.
Was it flat in nature or steep?
No, it was. Some of it was steep. It was on a side hill, or it's some of them landed on a side hill. Some of them, like I said, landed in the water. Some of them Some of them landed beneath trees, so that's going to be difficult for me to set. It's just a difficult terrain. Not the most difficult, but you know.
Well, Mr. Lilly, I'm sorry for having remembered that, but I think it was important to.
No, that's fine. Does that complete your questions?
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. I don't think Mr. Prager needs to cross-examine, I guess, on that. You've all seen the site. And
If you're done with your questions, I just want to be completely fair here. So I will allow Mr. Prager the last round of questions before Mr. Lowry signs off. So do you have anything else, Mr. Prager?
No.
All right. And Mr. Lowry, just as an anecdote, I was watching some video from some stream work some people did in the southeastern part of this country, and they showed pictures of water moccasins in between their creek work. So there's some things to be thankful we don't have in California, and one of them is we don't have water moccasins. So I'll just note that. You can think about that the next time you're slogging through the creek.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, I think we've completed everything for Mr. Lowry. So Mr. Lowry, thank you for taking the time this morning to testify. I certainly understand the difficult circumstances with the smoke and the fire, and I hope you and your family can do well and survive those conditions. And that's all we have for you for today, so you may sign off.
I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Great. Thank you, and have a good day.
Thank you.
All right. So, I'm trying to think where we are. Mr. Gonzalves, Mr. Prager asked you a couple of questions regarding the survey, not very many. And I understand since you don't have an attorney here, you can't ask yourself questions, but are there any comments? And again, I don't want you to make legal arguments. You can do that in your closing briefs. But are there any comments in the nature of testimony that you believe you need to make to follow up on the questions Mr. Prager asked you?
Well, it's kind of hard, like you said, to ask myself questions. So I'll try to do that format.
Okay, do the best you can, and I'll tell you if I think you've gone too far, and I'm sure Mr. Prager will object if he thinks you've gone too far. But try to make it in the form of testimony and not argument.
Mr. Lilly, if you don't mind me interjecting, I believe I asked Mr. Gonzalves 2 questions, and I feel like if Mr. Gonzalves is going to have another opportunity to respond, that his commentary that you're eliciting from him should be limited to those 2 questions.
All right, so then that's fair. So remind me what the subject matters were of your questions for Mr. Gonzalves.
I asked Mr. Gonzalves if the 2016 deed that Mr. Lowry relied on had been entered into evidence.
Okay, and I think he said he didn't know.
That's correct.
And what else?
I also asked him to clarify what he meant by Casey Lowry relying upon an FPP survey. Mr. Gonzalves' response was FPP QK used to be called FPP. Those were the 2 questions I asked him.
Okay. I don't have, Mr. Gonzalves, I don't have anything else in my notes about Mr. Prager asking you any other questions. So you are allowed to respond to the subject matter of those 2 questions. But at this point, we've been through the hearing and back and forth several times. So I do want to limit your testimony today to just follow-ups on those points. So with that, please proceed. If you have anything.
Am I online?
Yes, you're ready. Go ahead.
So 2 questions. 2016 deed entered into evidence. So that question is, I don't, Can I have a minute then to form it as a question?
Yeah, and again, don't feel like you need to respond to this unless you have something that you think is important. I mean, we're getting fairly far off the main issues in this hearing. So, but if have a moment, and if you think there's something you want to say about that, then go ahead and let us know. We'll just stand by for a minute. Okay, so are you still checking, Mr. Gonzalez? As I say, I think this is really pretty narrow. I don't think there's a lot left to be covered here.
Well, we just found it what it is, that deed that they're talking about. And I don't think it has any relevance on anything, because it looks as though I have that deed that they're talking about. I'm not sure exactly what number it is, but it was basically an interspousal transfer deed. I don't think it changed anything. So I don't think I have any questions about that deed.
Okay.
I don't think much we need to go over there.
And I don't need to have it in the record unless either you or Mr. Prager. I'll ask Mr. Prager first. Mr. Prager, do you want to have a copy of the 2016 deed in the record?
My questions about the deed focused on Casey Lowry's testimony, in that he relied on it for portions of his survey. It's not in the record, and I don't know what it says.
Okay, and I'm just asking you, do you want us to add it to the record? It's really a yes or no question. We can add it or not, depending on what you want.
I'm going to say add it because I don't know what it says. And if Mr. Lowry relied upon it, that sounds relevant.
Okay,
So, yes.
I haven't seen it either, so I'm somewhat in the same position you're in. So Mr. Gonzalves, let's just go ahead and do that. If you can upload that to the AHO FTP2 site, or you can try to email it, but it may have too many megabytes to email easily. But either upload it to the FTP site and send an email to Mr. Prager and me telling us when you've done that. And I'd like you to do that by the end of this week, by Friday. Or you can just email the deed to both of us, and I'll have my staff, I'll put it in the record. We'll make that Gonzalves 57. As I say, I don't know whether it's relevant or not, but it seems like it's better just to have it in the record than not, and then we can look at it. And certainly both of you can make any arguments about it if you want to in your closing briefs. So let's do that with that 2016 deed, and then we'll go forward on that. So with that, And as far as objections to entering into evidence, I'm going to let you, Mr. Prager, you can raise those objections in your closing brief. I mean, you have correctly pointed out you haven't seen it yet. So if you want to object to it, please just do that in your closing brief, and we'll withhold ruling on whether Exhibit Gonzalves 57 comes into evidence. If it's a recorded document, I think this office can take official notice of it anyway, so it's probably not a big deal. It may or may not be relevant. We'll see.
My understanding is that it wasn't recorded.
Okay, well, that may be worth knowing. We'll see if there's recording information on it. So, and then with that, excuse me, I've got so many different phones here. Got to turn that one off. Mr. Gonzalves, would you like to offer Exhibits Gonzalves 55 and 56 into evidence?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
And Mr. Prager, do you have any objections to Exhibits Gonzalves 55 and Gonzalves 56?
Not at this time, although I do
All right.
have the right to object to them in closing briefs as necessary.
Okay, well, you can certainly argue their relevance and their, whether or not you believe they are bearing on issues, but I will admit them into the record at this point because you have seen those exhibits before. So
I'm sorry, I must have been confused. You were previously saying that you would ask me to make objections in closing briefs. I guess you were referring to the new evidence that is going to be submitted.
I was referring to exhibit what we're going to call Gonzalves 57, which is the 2016 D, which you have not seen.
Got it.
At 55 and 56, we will admit into evidence.
With that clarified, I have no objections.
Right. Thank you. As I say, we're doing pretty well to do this all remotely, but it's still a little tricky sometimes. But thank you for that. And I don't think I covered this before. This is a totally different topic. But I did not find any copies of Mr. Gonzalves' supplemental statements of water diversion and use for 2017, 2018, or 2019 in either party's exhibits. Does anybody know if they submitted those 3 supplemental statements of water diversion and use for this hearing?
I know that the prosecution team did not, because it is outside what the prosecution team alleged to be the violation time period.
Okay, and Mr. Gonzalves, I don't think you submitted those supplemental statements either. Is that correct?
So I think you're referring to our riparian claim reports for those years?
Yes, the ones you file each year with the State Water Board.
Yeah, I think we filed them as a zero use.
No. The question is whether you filed them as exhibits for this hearing.
I don't think I did. I wasn't sure since I was buying the water from MID if I submitted those. I can submit those also if you like.
No, this is what I'm going to do. With the hearing office is going to download those 3 supplemental statements and add them to the hearings documents folder, which will be part of the record for the FTP site, and take official notice of them. I think they are potentially relevant to the civil penalties claim that the division has brought, which allows the hearing office or directs the hearing office to consider all relevant circumstances. So, and I will advise you by email, both of you, when those are added to the FTP site. Does anybody have any objections to that process?
No.
I don't know. That is something I need to look at.
Okay, well, you certainly know the statements, and I'm going to go ahead and allow those to be added to the record. Again, you certainly can argue in your briefs about what weight they should be given in the consideration of the issues. So with that, I'm going to move forward. Mr. Prager, at the last day of our hearing before today on July 31st, I ruled that you may submit exhibits in rebuttal to the Lowry record of survey. Do you intend to submit any such exhibits or any testimony regarding the Lowry record of survey?
Mr. Lilly, after the last day of hearing, you submitted a supplemental notice of hearing And in that supplemental notice of hearing, you directed the prosecution team to submit those exhibits by Tuesday, September 8th at noon. That's yesterday at noon. The prosecution team uploaded those exhibits yesterday at 11:50 in the morning. So those have already been submitted. If you haven't seen them, they're currently on the FTP site.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I checked the email inbox because I thought, and I probably was not clear on this. I thought you'd send us an email advising us when you'd uploaded those. And I'm sorry I did not check the FTP2 site, but that's my oversight. So obviously I have not looked at them yet. And I'll give you some option then. We had it set up so if you uploaded them by yesterday, we could have the hearing on them today, which we can do, or alternatively, we can have the hearing next Wednesday, September 16. So I'll just have to say, I assume that they have some testimony with them as well as documentary exhibits.
Yes, however, because of the narrow scope of today's hearing, it is testimony that is relatively narrow in scope.
All right, here's what first of all, who's the witness, and who's the witness or witnesses who will testify?
Mr. Hess.
All right, and how long do you think you're asking him to summarize his testimony will take?
Mr. Hess's summary will take approximately 5 minutes.
Okay, here's what, Mr. Gonzalves has not seen those yet, because if you uploaded them to the FTP site, we haven't posted them yet. How many exhibits are there?
I believe it's 7, perhaps 8.
Okay.
I think it's 7 with the written testimony as number 8.
Okay. So this is, I want to be fair. I mean, obviously we need to let those into the record because I gave you an opportunity to submit them and you have. But Mr. Gonzalves, I do want to give you a chance to look at those. So here's what I propose. We can do one of two things. We can upload those right now to the FTP site so that Mr. Gonzalves can download those. And we could resume today's hearing this afternoon at 1 o'clock to cover those. Or alternatively, we can do that on our last hearing day, which is scheduled for September 16. So I don't know, Mr. Gonzalves, do you have it's a little hard for you to answer this question since you haven't seen them yet, but do you have a strong preference to whether we do this today or next Wednesday?
Next Wednesday, please.
Okay, and Mr. Prager, I assume you can go either way.
I have a strong preference for finishing this hearing this afternoon.
Yeah.
Absolutely
okay,
not.
well, and again, though, it's not, if there's 7 exhibits, I'm a little concerned about whether, in fairness to Mr. Gonzalves, whether or not.
How about we try this? How about we resume at 1 p.m. after having Mr. Gonzalves and yourself, Mr. Lilly, review them. If you've determined after that time that the exhibits are complicated enough that Mr. Gonzalves might need another week or so to review them, we can do that then. I will note, though, that if we were going to continue onto the 16th, the hearing procedures that you, Mr. Lilly, drafted request that the prosecution team submit exhibits by September 11th at 4 o'clock. It appears when you were creating these supplemental notice of hearing that you never intended Mr. Gonzalves to have over a week to review and prepare for rebuttal testimony. I'm surprised that you're suggesting that we push it another week, considering the prosecution team has abided by the letter of your hearing procedures.
I understand, and a
Fine,
lot
dude.
of this is because Monday was a holiday, so we lost that day, and we are trying to wrap this up. I think there's a reasonable approach here. I mean, I think I want to be fair, but I don't want this hearing to drag on more than is necessary. So let me ask this. Does anybody have any objection to continuing this hearing to tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.? That'd be September 10 at 9 a.m. And we'll upload those 7 new exhibits right now. That'll give Mr. Gonzalves almost 24 hours, not quite, to review those, and then we can wrap this up. So Mr. Prager, do you have any objection if we just have the hearing on that one purpose, which is our last hearing issue, to be tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.? And I guess we should ask Mr. Hess. Maybe we should start with Mr. Hess. Mr. Hess, go off mute. Are you available to testify tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.?
I can be available. I can move some things around.
All right. So, Mr. Prager, are you available then?
I can move some things around.
All right. I appreciate it. I don't think it'll take more than an hour. And Mr. Gonzalves, are you available tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.?
I am not. I have trucks already scheduled to come, and I wasn't aware of these documents. I feel a little rushed.
All right. Well, are you occupied all day tomorrow then?
Yeah, I am.
All right. What about Friday the 11th?
I wasn't prepared.
I want to try to work a reasonable balance here.
We scheduled September 16th on our calendar, and I have almonds in the field that have to come in because of weather issues.
Okay, well, then Mr. Gonzalves, if you don't have any other dates available, I'm inclined to wrap this up this afternoon. So, and I understand what it's like to have to harvest and all that, but let's do this. Let's go ahead and make it this afternoon, but we'll make it a little later. I don't think it's going to take you a long time to review these exhibits. If for some reason after you've reviewed them, you tell me it's going to take more time, we'll circle back. But I'm going to direct that everybody come back at 3 p.m. this afternoon to cover those exhibits. Mr. Hess, are you available at 3 p.m. this afternoon? We did have all day today scheduled.
Yes, Mr. Lilly, I am.
And Mr. Prager, will 3 p.m. this afternoon work for you?
Yes, thank you.
And Mr. Gonzalves, I know we had this date set. So we're going to post the exhibits right now. We're going to resume this hearing at 3 p.m. This afternoon for the sole limited purpose of just covering Mr. Hess's rebuttal testimony and these new exhibits. And then we'll see. I think we can probably wrap this up. If necessary, we can talk about more time, but Mr. Gonzalves, unless there's a strong reason for more time, I'm planning to wrap this up today. And then we will talk about closing briefs, which we have scheduled to be due on September 25th. So with that, is there anything else we need to cover this morning, or can we reconvene at 3 p.m.?
Well, I feel extremely rushed and probably need to put it on the record that it's not ample time, but I'm willing to do it because you want to get it done. But I feel like I have a lynch mob.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I was supposed to have posted them yesterday, and that was my oversight. But this will give you at least 4 hours. And I haven't seen them, we'll see how extensive they are. If you really think you need more time, raise that issue at 3 p.m. today. But I'll just tell you, unless there's a strong reason for having more time, I'm going to try to wrap this up today. So let's all be back at 3 p.m. We'll use the same. I better just check with Amy. Amy, if you can go off mute, can we use the same call-in information for this afternoon at 3 p.m.?
Yeah, that's fine.
So all the same login information for this Zoom hearing, and we'll be back at 3 p.m. So with that, I'll see you all then. Goodbye.
Hello, Mr. Lilly. This is Kevin. I'm present.
Yes, I'm just waiting to make sure we got the recordings going, but I've checked and we now do, so we can get started. So it is 3 o'clock. Thank you all for coming back. So I did have a chance to download the prosecution team's new exhibits from the AHO FTP2 site. They were PT 70 through 78. And then the summary of testimony did not have a number, so I gave that number PT 79. And I sent an email to Mr. Gonzalves and Mr. Prager advising them, or actually Amy Blank in my office sent an email advising you that we had done that. They are now posted. We also posted them to the AHO FTP site. So Mr. Gonzalves, were you able to download those new exhibits? And you're on mute, so please go off mute.
I was just talking to my wife. I downloaded several things from the site and I started to read them. And quite frankly, Mr. Lilly, I guess when we go back on record, I would like to say that this is a little bit of form of trickery on their behalf. Had I read these before we started this, I would have had different questions from Mr. Casey Lowry.
All right. Well, that I'm not sure that that's appropriate or not. I'm not going to agree with that there's any trickery going on involved here. I'm going to try to just stick to the facts. However, I do want to discuss how to proceed. Mr. Prager has proposed that Mr. Hess testify this afternoon and that be subject to cross-examination. And I see that Mr. Hess is available this afternoon. So Mr. Gonzalves, what is your position on whether or not we should proceed this afternoon or proceed on September 16 at 9 a.m. when we have scheduled our next and our last hearing day?
Well, I'll have some record-keeping questions and in all fairness, questions of some things were brought up in the testimony where they basically went and got new testimony. They got higher resolution maps from somebody. And namely,
yeah, I don't really want to get into the arguments. I just want to know whether your preference is to proceed this afternoon or on the 16th.
We would like to have more
well,
time.
I would like to proceed on the 16th because I think we also need to be able to question QK and the surveyors.
Okay, so here's, let me say, you've raised a couple of issues, which first of all, I'm going to ask Mr. Prager to respond, and then I'll tell you how I plan to proceed. Mr. Prager, there are a couple of questions or issues that Mr. Gonzalves has raised. One is that he would have asked Mr. Lowry different questions if he had seen Mr. Hess's new testimony. And a second is he'd like to ask QK surveyors some questions. And then the third is he'd like to proceed on the 16th instead of today. So what are your responses to those 3 points?
My first response is that I think Mr. Gonzalves' characterization of the prosecution team's motives or strategy as trickery to be outrageous. And I would like to have it on the record that the prosecution team conducts all enforcement matters to the highest ethical standards. And I believe that Mr. Gonzalves' request for yet another delay to be highly specious. Third, I would like to respond that I believe that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Prager, I couldn't hear what you said. You kind of broke in and out. You say that his request for a delay is what?
Highly specious, because I believe it is just a request for delay rather than a request for fairness.
All right, and then what is your response? I understand that. So what is your response to his argument about the QK surveyor being testifying?
The QK survey was submitted by Mr. Gonzalves and was entered into evidence by Mr. Gonzalves.
Do you have the exhibit number for that? That would be helpful for me if you have that.
I can pull it up quickly. You know what it is?
Please do.
It's included in a slide in Mr. Gonzalves' oral testimony PowerPoint.
So I think that's 39. Is that correct? I have Gonzalves 39, which is his slides. Do you happen to know which slide it is? So just want to make sure we're on the same page here.
I believe it's slide 35.
Okay, I do see slide 35 here.
So the prosecution team has identified a higher resolution version of the QK survey that Mr. Gonzalves originally submitted. This version does not contain a watermark that says draft. I do recall Mr. Gonzalves making an argument regarding the draft watermark, obscuring portions of the map such that the QK map could not be fully relied on. He, however, submitted it anyway, and we simply got a larger version of it. So whether or not he would like to ask QK questions about it, I think is slightly irrelevant. It's his own document. It's his own exhibit that we are using. Now, if there's a problem with us getting a higher resolution version of it, I'm pretty sure Mr. Hess's testimony can proceed using the lower res version. So I don't necessarily think that Mr. Gonzalves' argument holds any water. Third, whether or not Mr. Gonzalves would ask Mr. Lowry any different questions, I think is immaterial. The prosecution team submitted the rebuttal testimony according to the hearing procedures. And Mr. Gonzalves' failure to adequately prepare for the hearing and for his own testimony and the testimony of his own witness, Casey Lowry, should not be attributed to the prosecution team.
No, in fairness, it should be attributed to the Administrative Hearings Office. And that's, as I mentioned this morning, you posted the exhibits yesterday, which was the schedule I had specified, but we didn't post them up to the FTP site until today at 11 a.m. So there was no way Mr. Gonzalves could access them until we did that. And as I say, I was looking for an email, which I did not see. I can't remember whether I asked you to give us an email in the past. You have sent us emails advising us when you've uploaded exhibits, and that's why we didn't see it yesterday. We didn't check the FTP2 site because there was no email advising us. Now, I'm not saying we had required that you submit that email. I'm just explaining to you what happened. So that's how we are where we are today. So it's not really productive for either of you to accuse the other of bad motives or anything like that. That's just not going to get us anywhere. So I understand you have feelings, both have feelings about that, but I want to go forward more objectively about what has happened and how we should proceed. So anything else, Mr. Prager?
I think the last thing I'll mention is that in the ordinarily course of proceedings, a party doesn't routinely prepare case-in-chief testimony in preparation for another party's rebuttal testimony. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any presentation of rebuttal. That would just be—
You have to get closer to the microphone. I can't hear you.
Otherwise, that would not be rebuttal testimony would only be case in chief. So I find Mr. Gonzalves' comments regarding what questions he would have asked and what his case in chief presentation would have been to be rather irrelevant for that case in chief testimony.
All right. So here's what I'm going to do. And I understand this has been a long proceeding, or at least it's dragged out over many weeks, and there are certain levels of frustration here. But my goal is to make a fair hearing, to give everyone adequate opportunities to present evidence and to ask questions. And I will say, after I read the exhibits, or at least began to read the new prosecution team exhibits this morning during our break, they were more detailed than I had anticipated. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. Frankly, I think Mr. Hess's testimony, as in the past, has been very clear and very professional, and I'm not in any way criticizing it. And I think it is also permissibly within the scope of rebuttal to Mr. Lowry's survey, although it gets into some chain of title issues that are certainly far broader than what Mr. Lowry testified. But I think it is permissible rebuttal. But frankly, I will just say it is far more detailed than what I anticipated when I set the hearing schedule back on our last day of hearing in July, which had the exhibits being submitted on September 8th by the optional exhibits being submitted on September 8th by the prosecution team for a presentation and cross-examination on September 9. So this is what I'm going to do. As I say, my goal is not to give one party a tactical advantage over another party or anything like that. I really just want to make sure we have an adequate and complete hearing. And we do have time, and we do have a date set for September 16, beginning at 9 a.m. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rule that the prosecution team will present Mr. Hess to summarize the new exhibits, and that's PT 70 through 78, and then his summary slides are in PT 79, beginning on September 16 at 9 a.m. Mr. Gonzalves may cross-examine after that. I think it's best to do the direct and the cross-examination on the same day, so I don't want to start that today, even though we could. And then that should wrap that up. Obviously, any redirect by Mr. Prager if Mr. Prager, you think that's appropriate. Mr. Gonzalves, I think we are getting to the end here, but if there is some limited amount of rebuttal that you think is appropriate for Mr. Lowry to present, you may arrange to have him testify on the 16th. I think at this point, it's going to be pretty darn limited. It certainly has to be within the scope of what Mr. Hess has raised and within the scope of what Mr. Lowry knows about. I'm not going to require or ask for any written submission of that ahead of time, but you may call him as a witness. Hopefully he will be available, notwithstanding the fire issues, by phone. Hopefully even more so would be preferable if he can do video and audio.
Thank you.
And that should wrap up that for the 16th. I currently have set the deadline for filing closing briefs as September 25. I think in light of the fact that there will be new, somewhat substantial testimony on the 16th, that's probably a little too early for closing briefs to be due. I hope you still are working on them, but I'm going to move that deadline forward 2 weeks, which would be to October 9 for closing briefs to be due, the new date, and we will put this in our order. We also, as you both know, the Administrative Hearings Office sent a letter to Merced Irrigation District with copies to both of you last Friday, asking for some flow data. I believe we can take official notice of that data if we receive them from Merced Irrigation District. I don't think there's going to be need for any testimony on that, but certainly that is something that both of you if you want, may address in your closing brief. So that's another reason why I want to give a little more time. So with that, and those should be the only things, unless I have any follow-up questions, that should be all we need to cover on the 16th. Will be the new summary testimony from Mr. Hess regarding his new exhibits, cross-examination and redirect if necessary or appropriate, limited rebuttal from Mr. Lowry if you want to, Mr. Gonzalves, but not required. And then, as I say, any follow-up questions from me. And then closing briefs will be due on October 9. So that's how I'm going to proceed. Is there does either of you have any questions for today? I'll start with you. First of all right, Mr. Gonzalves, you have your hand sort of up. Do you have a question you want to ask? We'll go forward with you first.
Thank you. Yeah, I had questions about when I read your request from MID. I appreciate you coming out to see the property, but what nobody's really explained is, having sat on the irrigation board, I kind of understand how MID works, and you did ask for flows in Canal Creek. I appreciate that, but Edendale Creek and the main canal also share the same channel north of us, both at the Rita Dam and the Parker Dam. And there's necessary measurements that need to be taken north of our property and south of our property down at the Castle Dam confluence where Canal Creek then joins Bear Creek. And I know that's a lot of words, but I know MID, and they have measuring devices at all those points. And to get a real true picture of those, you almost need to have upstream and downstream and in the middle.
All right, could you just clarify, are those flows in channels besides Canal Creek?
Yeah, they actually all flow together at my property from Edendale Canal and the main canal north of us at Highway 59.
So it's Edendale Canal or Edendale Creek? I think it's Edendale Creek, isn't it?
I meant to say creek. I'm sorry if I said canal.
And then the main canal is is above the turnout into Canal Creek? Or
yes,
above and below?
Above and below, because Canal Creek shares the same boundary as the main canal between Rita Dam north to Parker Dam.
I have, that's on one of the maps in something that's in the record. I have seen.
Yeah, and there's measuring devices at both points.
All right, well, I will review that with my technical staff who understand this stuff better than I do. And we will decide whether or not to have a follow-up request to Merced Irrigation District. Frankly, this was just our request to get some data. Neither you, Mr. Gonzalves, nor Mr. Prager and the prosecution team decided to offer any of these data during any of your exhibits, both either on direct or cross-examination. So I don't want to open this up too far, and I'm not planning to allow opportunities for additional testimony, but if there's data that we can use that we think is relevant, I'm going to see if we can get it, and we're going to review it. So, but I do appreciate that clarification. So Mr. Prager, do you have anything else you would like to comment on or ask about today?
Yes, the prosecution team would like to request that if Casey Lowry is going to be allowed what you called additional testimony in response to our rebuttal, that he do so prior to the hearing date. Your suggestion that he need not submit anything in advance, I think, is prejudicial to the prosecution team, and that's our request.
Okay, and I understand that. And we have been requiring written testimony ahead of time. You are correct, but at this point, I think it's going to be very short, so I don't want to have to go through that burden, because then we get these same issues of how much time people have to review things before the hearing and so forth. And frankly, he testified today, and I don't think there was any problem. He had not submitted any written testimony in advance for today. He just testified about his two exhibits. So I understand your concern, but I don't think that's going to be a problem. I mean, if something comes up and you're surprised on the 16th by something that you were totally unexpected about, we'll deal with that. I want to be fair to everyone, but I want to get through this hearing too. So those are my countervailing considerations. But I note your request, but I'm not going to require written testimony. But I will say, Mr. Prager, if something comes up on the 16th with assuming Mr. Lowry does any rebuttal testimony, I don't know whether or not he will, that you think has basically opened up some issue that you need further time to respond to, we'll address that on the 16th. But I'm not going to require him to submit written testimony before the 16th. So, okay. So is there anything else for today? All right. And hearing nothing, we will reconvene on September 16 at 9 a.m. as scheduled. I believe it's the same Zoom contact information, but it is definitely stated in the hearing notice. And as I say, Mr. Gonzalves, if possible, it certainly works better for us if Mr. Lowry can participate both video and audio, if you decide to call him back. If not, we'll do audio only, but it certainly is easier for all of us if he can be both. And as I say, you don't have to have him testify. And also, I hope he's available on the 16th, because at this point, I'm really not inclined to have any other hearing dates. All right, Mr. Prager.
I'm sorry to interrupt you earlier. I apologize. The hearing procedures as currently constituted present kind of alternative paths for the prosecution team to present rebuttal testimony. The first path was to present rebuttal testimony on the 8th and have that heard on the 9th. The second path was to present rebuttal testimony, or was to submit it on the 11th and have it heard on the 16th. It appears that we're not following the first path and that we are instead following the second path outlaid in the hearing notice. I would like to request an opportunity for the prosecution team to amend its rebuttal testimony and have it resubmitted following that second path. So that would be the 11th at 4 o'clock. That's the day after tomorrow.
Do you anticipate significant amendments, or is it mainly to the written testimony of Mr. Hess that you'd be amending?
I do not anticipate it to be significant amendments, but I do anticipate some amendments.
All right, I will allow that. That's a reasonable request.
Okay.
Please do number exhibits though. If you want to amend the summary, just put PT, label that as PT 79 revised. If you want to amend his testimony, have that be PT, I think it was 70, whatever the number was for his testimony. I think it was 70 revised. I can't imagine you're going to amend any of the other exhibits because they're all just historical documents. But
that's correct.
And if you add anything else, obviously go with the numbering starting with 80. But okay, that's reasonable. And I don't know if I said it before, but I'm going to say it this time. Please send an email to the Administrative Hearings Office with a CC to Mr. Gonzalves when you have uploaded those exhibits to the AHO FTP2 site. So we will know, so we don't have to just keep checking every hour.
I will do that.
And then as soon as we get that upload, we will download it to the site and we'll send an email to Mr. Gonzalves with a CC to you, of course, advising him that we've done that. So Mr. Gonzalves, you will get that on the September 11, which is 5 days before the hearing on the 16th. Then Mr. Prager will proceed with asking Mr. Hess to summarize that testimony on the 16th, and then you will have an opportunity to cross-examine Mr. Hess on the 16th as well. So,
Mr. Lee, I do have one more request. I apologize for being so demanding. In anticipation of Casey Lowry potentially being available on the 16th, I'd like to request that Mr. Lowry appear through Zoom and not through a telephone call. I would like him to appear on video.
Yes, and I have made that request to Mr. Gonzalez. I'm not going to make that a requirement because with our current emergencies with forest fires and so forth, which are affecting him, he may not be able to, but I have requested that. And I will say that to Mr. Gonzalez. If you decide to call Mr. Lowry back on the 16th, I strongly request that you make arrangements with him to appear both video plus audio, because Mr. Prager is right. It's just, I mean, we all used to do things by phone, but now that we're used to video, it really is a much better medium to transmit information if we have both video plus audio. I'm sure as a surveyor, he has sophisticated enough computer equipment to do it. So it's just a question of having an available internet connection. But please, if you decide to call him, please try to make arrangements for him to be appearing video plus audio.
Oh, absolutely. And it would have been our preference to begin with, but right now he has everything packed up in his vehicle.
We have people in our office in that same situation. It's a difficult time.
I've never seen any time like this, but yes, we definitely would prefer that.
Yeah. So Mr. Prager, that's the best I can do. We certainly will, as I said, you just heard, I've strongly urged them to do it both ways. I agree with you. That's much better if we can do that. And also, frankly, if people are displaying exhibits, it works better to have it be video plus audio as well. So,
sure.
All right. So is there anything else for today or can we wrap it up?
That's it.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, that's it. All right. So thank you all very much for your patience and bearing with me. We will reconvene on September 16 at 9 a.m. Have a good day.
You too. God bless.